taught her still. They taught her love was meant to kill. But she won't bend, she won't break. She writes a tale that sands will quake. A daughter raised to hold her tongue, now cracks the crowns her forebears hung.
Steps biting at the heat cracked street. Dust kicks up like it knows his beat. He don't say much, keeps thoughts discreet. Secrets folded neatly between the sheets. Name in the air, a match in the wind. Flash of a grin, the mask settles in. He had a past, but he passed instant quick. Now he hunts what it costs when you ask for the risk. No badge, no guys, no vows to need. Just shady deals, convinced by steel. In shadowed alley, secrets a meal. Pay in silence, learn what's real. He walks through no easy shadows. A silhouette the night still follows. No easy mercy, no horns or halos. Just a steady hand and a scar to show. The world stays dark, but he won't fade. A silent vow he never made. He ain't a hero, never claimed, but bullets follow in his name. Shadows trade, secrets in the lantern glow. Deals made, quiet where the night winds blow. He nods for truth, they shake his hand. But every story shifts like sand. The whispers talk of lives to take, of hidden threads with gold at stake. He stalks the trails the liars made. One wrong word and the whole thing breaks. No laws he trusts, no debts he owes. Just threads he pulls till the whole truth shows. He walks the line with no acclaim, caught in his sights as he takes aim. He walks through no easy shadows. A silhouette the night still follows. No easy mercy, no horns or halos. Just a steady hand and a scar to show. The world stays dark, but he won't fade. A silent vow he never made. He ain't a hero, never claimed, but bullets follow in his name. Maybe he's trying to make amends. Maybe he's bracing for how it ends. Maybe the truth sits in between a man unmade by the unseen.
escape, no turning back. Blood on a seal I can't decode. They took a life for what I hold. They came in robes, they came with blades. Whispers in the halls that know my name. I never asked to bear this fate, but now I run and count the days. Run the clock, can't rewind. What I hold isn't mine. I must hide, disappear, challenge time till it's clear. If I'm the key, what bars the gate? If time's a thief, what did it take? Ooh, yeah, 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 yeah. Ooh, yeah, 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 yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. If time's a thief, what did it take? No home, no rest, it's shifting lines. The stars look back with watching eyes. Each step I take, a borrowed time. Still haunted by a fate not mine. Their laws don't bind what I became. I walk the streets a different name. If I'm the loosen they regret, then I'm the risk they won't forget. Run the clock, can't rewind. What I hold isn't mine. I must hide, disappear, challenge time till it's clear. If I'm the key, what bars the gate? If time's a thief, what did it take? Ooh, yeah, 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 yeah. Ooh, yeah, 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 yeah. Oh, yeah, 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 yeah. If time's a thief, what did it take? Stop the clocks, change the tide. If I break, at least I tried. Break the loop and the line. I will keep safe what's now mine. Run the clock, can't rewind. What I hold isn't mine. I must hide, disappear, challenge time till it's clear. If I'm the key, what bars the gate? If time's a thief, what did it take? If time's a thief, what did it take?
I woke to dust inside my lungs, a nameless thought on nameless tongues. The world should have left me in the sand, but something reached and took my hand. No name, no face, no creed to claim, just a shattered light that spoke my name. It carved its scripture in my skull, a prophecy half formed, half null. I deal in riddles for a fee, but none of them look close at me. I sell them futures thin as smoke, yet mine's the one that never spoke. hours I spent, what ancient hunger left me repaired? Did I continue or start again? Am I the memory or just a means to an end? Truth I can't discuss.
From the dust, towers rise above, a city's hope in arcane stone. Paths unfold where choices pull us on, a distant song begins to grow. Solar is turning, engines awake, wards in the skyline, give and they take. Oh, what the future holds, none can know. What the future holds, none can know. Beyond the dunes, whispers call my name. El Mirage is calling me home. A light ascends, carry through the flame. A city dares to soar alone. Solar is turning, engines awake, wards in the skyline, give and they take.
stone. Every row it draws a line. Every choice bends design. No map can hold what hearts behold. So we breathe and let the story unfold. Threads of fate and trembling hands. Who chase the task? We move the sands. Nothing promised, nothing sold. Only moments taking hold. Let the story unfold. Let the echoes take hold. We are the tide, the gust, the road, the ever-turning undertow. Let the story unfold. Every truth we are told. We are the path. We are the paths the stars foretold. Let the story unfold. The gods are bright, the skies are wide. The constellations be our guide. Every fall becomes a mark. Every dawn reclaims the dark. We carve our names and shift in time. We use, we learn, we realize. In every cause the world is whole. In every breath the story grows. And the veil begins to tear. And we stand in open air. Hear the pulse through glass and gold. Every army takes its hold. Let the story unfold. Let the echoes take hold. We are the tide, the dust, the road, the ever-turning undertow. Let the story unfold. Every truth we are told. We are the paths the stars foretold. Let the story. The story. Her skin is fair as porcelain. They called her beautiful. When beauty folds beneath an eye, is not a life at all. She learned to walk by sound and breath through endless halls of dark. Each step rewrote the shape of fear. Each scar became
pulled her into grace. The world too bright, too fierce, too wide, a mercy hard to face. But freedom bears a cost in blood. The past returns to pride. She bears the mark, she was adorned. The number 35. Daughter of the ember heart, built from pain, a work of art. Through what flows within her veins, she shapes her scars and breaks her chains. Moving through the world unknown, oh, she runs, yet carries what she's known. Now she breathes the dust of stars and shapes the wounds they gave. The child they broke to serve a will now builds what she can save. Her hammer sings throughout mirage, her rhythm fierce and kind. She makes from ruins something real and leaves her fears behind. Daughter of the ember heart, built from pain, a work of art. Through what flows within her veins, she shapes her scars and breaks her chains. Moving through the world unknown, oh, she runs, yet carries what she's known. Let my name be my own.
I emerged from oaken flame, bound by blood, erased by name. My life was lost, my world undone, beneath the light of a Vassian sun. I watched the sky turn red with screams. The storm consumed all my dreams. My soul remains, though torn in two. My loss became my only truth. I watch where no one sees. Through these burning memories, I came back. sleep in peace. I fought to keep the desert stirs its secrets deep. While time moves on, I stay unchanged, a witness left a life estranged. I watch where no one sees, through these burning memories. I came back but not the same, still I got her name. They live while I remain. Her love runs through these veins, even death could not reclaim. Still I got her name. The war was mine, not theirs to bear. They live in peace, though unaware. But I return to keep them whole, a soldier lost, but not the soul. I watch where no one sees, through these burning memories. I came back but not the same, still I got her name. They live while I remain. Her love runs through these veins, even death cannot reclaim. And still I got her name. Still I got her name. Gonna write a song they'll carry in their bones, one that don't need gold, just truth and tone. Back in Copper City, I sang to fill the halls, but every smile felt paper thin and small. Tried to charm them with a tap and grin, but my soul knew I was faking it again. Played the same old song each day and night, while my heart kept it bottled up tight. So I packed up my pride and these beat up shoes, chasing glory neath the Almirage moons. I don't need much, just a whisper and a story, but I'm digging through the dust for a little piece of glory. Dutch said, son, you're good enough right here. One day I'll be one they won't forget. Found my spark where I was never meant to see. Now the notes that I play just don't sound like me. So I'll sing for the dreamers working late, for every voice that aches beneath the weight. I ain't got much, just a whisper and a story. I'm still digging through the dust for a little piece of glory.
I think we are ready to begin. We're a little late, so we'll go a little bit later. We'll see how I'm feeling.
Hell yeah.
Are you still sick?
No, do I sound sick?
No,
Oh.
you sound fully recovered.
Okay. Just making sure.
You made it paranoid.
It's like, oh God.
Yeah. You're like, I'll see how I'm feeling. I was like, oh no, not another one.
No. No, my immune system is not that damaged yet. Although I see it getting there. Okay. Well, this isn't the right start because that's the last episode. So, Helix, Navina, and Bodhi, you cross the threshold and you see Rumana, the child, and strangely, Robbie. You see Rumana is hugging Robbie. Both have tears streaming down their cheeks, both sobbing. Lee and Ray is still sitting, crisscross applesauce, eyes closed, blood slowly trickling from her nose. You see Rumana takes notice of you as you enter the room, and she puts a finger on her lips as if to shush you. A mix of fear and relief in her eyes that you can see.
So you said Ray has blood on her?
Slowly streaming from her nose, sort of Stranger Things 11 style.
Okay. All right, well,
And you are currently carrying a tray of cheese and an assortment of food.
the stuff we got from the market. So
Yes.
Helix will walk in and kind of immediately place the food down, noting that he's been shushed. He will silently nod, but he will place the food down in front of Mona and Robbie and kind of present it to them, but then he will kind of take out a small cloth and begin to clean up the blood underneath Ray's nose, and just kind of check up on her.
She doesn't seem to notice you cleaning the blood from her nose. She is sat there. She seems to be concentrating on something.
Yeah, Navina will very slowly walk a little bit closer, but still like away from the two siblings, and just very slowly and quietly sit down and just watch.
You see Rumana is still embracing Robbie. Robbie's head is on the other side of hers, so he hasn't noticed you. Rumana is just keeping an eye as you move ever so slowly as you try and sit down. And Bodhi.
So Bodhi is using his experience at the tavern to serve the meal, make them feel pampered, I guess.
Okay.
Trying to provide service.
Okay. So I need all three of you to make stealth checks for me, please. As you try and quietly perform these actions.
Try that again. There it goes.
Ooh. Slow tonight.
Hey! So, not that difficult. DC, you all met it. So you each perform your actions as quietly as you can without disturbing this moment. And as you sit there, you just sort of looking at what is happening in front of you, you see what looks to be flecks of sand, for the lack of a better term, so wisping off of Robbie. Sort of fading into the nothingness. Salonia, where is Salonia at the moment?
I believe she went back to sit at the counter after being told the girl was frightened of her.
Okay.
And she's just kind of stayed there.
So through the window, as this is happening, you see the stars beginning to flicker again. Give me an intelligence check. 15.
All right, 15.
As you stare out and watch the stars flicker in this moment, you can see that there's a pattern to it. Short, long, 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 short, short, long, long, long. And you can see that pattern of the flickering stars outside happen multiple times in that same pattern.
She has her spell book, so on a blank page, she's going to take a pen and just mark down with short lines for the short blinks and long lines for the long ones, the sequence on there.
Okay. So once again, it was short, long, 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 short, short, long, long, long. And Bill sort of leans over and looks into your spell book. You writing down a new spell?
No, the stars are turning on and off rapidly. But it's like a sequence.
He sort
Like
of
sometimes it's quick and sometimes it's slow.
he just looks at you for a moment and he leans back in the stool. You feeling okay?
No, it's doing it.
And he just looks out the window. And you can see, as he looks out the window, you can see his eyes just widen ever so slightly as if in disbelief. And he just sits back in his chair. And you can see that he's deep in contemplation. And he just goes, huh.
It's a pattern of some kind.
I'm gonna roll a history check for him. 1 second. Oh yeah. He sits back in contemplation, and as you say, it's a pattern of some kind. He goes, I've seen that before. When you said you were chasing after the kid, you said she ran out.
Yeah.
The second I ran out the forge, I thought something was strange. But the stars were blinking?
They did this before.
Did you notice them?
No, I was just chasing the girl. I didn't look up or anything.
I thought it was just me. I thought, or either that or it was just whatever we were in. But he looks outside the window again. And he shakes his head. So it's a pattern? What kind of pattern do you think this is?
I don't know exactly. I mean, it just keeps repeating, it seems like. But I think Helix and Bodhi and Tazir and them said the stars turned off and on while they were out with, I think at the same time with what was happening with us. So they saw that in a different part of the city. It's happening again. I don't know, does that mean more crystal people are about to spring to life?
I hope not. Maybe you should ask, or I guess we should ask if they remember if there was a sequence to it at all. You said you said short and long blinks?
Yeah, repeating. Like short, and then a bunch of long, and then short again.
Huh. Go ahead and make another, give me an investigation check. With advantage.
Oh.
Since you are a learned person. 16.
Good thing it was with advantage.
You think back and you remember reading in a book during your time in Rook of sequences and codes. You remember something similar to what you're seeing now. You see it, you remember it being called Norse code with an N.
Norse.
You remember the people of Vikland using smoke signals to convey messages in the same manner. Short bursts of smoke, long bursts of smoke. But something like this hasn't been used in quite some time. You know, the only people that still use it are probably the people in Vikland.
I think I have an idea of like what it is, but not what it means. Have you heard of Norse code?
Never heard of it?
The very old communication method. Usually using smoke signals, but how could anyone control the stars? That's really, really weird.
So you're saying the people that use
means
this
something.
it means something. Well, that's terrifying.
Like it's a message.
From who? From what?
It's a terrifying question. I have no idea.
You see, he leans back again in his chair and he ponders. And just as quickly as the stars began flickering, the stars remain solid, normal once again. And as soon as that happens, you see Helix, Navina, and Bodhi. You see Ray's eyes just jolt open, and she startles. And just as that happened, the rest of Robbie begins to wisp away in sand. And Rumana falls forward, grasping at nothing. And she begins sobbing on her knees.
Navina will reach forward to gather her in her arms and pull her towards herself and away from the pile and just hug her.
Why did he have to go away again?
I don't know.
She just begins. She continues sobbing into your shoulder.
But you got to see him again?
You can feel her head nodding within your shoulder, and she just... You can see her head turn and just look towards Ray. Ray is sort of sitting there, panting, breathing very heavily. And she wipes her face, and she like scurries along back to where the old man is still sleeping and snoring. And she sort of curls up. She curls up, fetal position on the sort of hay stack, or hay bed that she was sleeping on prior.
Helix would follow her back as she scurried away, and kind of take a knee next to her as she curls up. Are you hurting? Are you okay?
You can see she's curled up tightly. Her eyes are closed shut as hard as she can shut them. You can see that she's shaking. But hearing your question, you see her head shake ever so slightly.
Well, we're here now, so we're going to help you through whatever is happening. But can you tell me what happened so that we can make sure it doesn't hurt you again?
Rumana speaks up. She said she thinks she can dream Robbie back just to show that he was okay. She didn't like seeing me sad, so she wanted to not make me sad.
Wait, was that Rumana talking to me?
Rumana, yes.
Oh, sorry, I followed Ray.
No, I know you followed Ray, but Rumana answered.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, all right. Well, we need to... It's good that she can do that for us, but we should probably be a little more careful when asking for help like that going forward. But
I didn't ask her for it. She just told me she didn't like seeing me sad, and that she could dream the people that are gone. She can dream them back.
sometimes when we see our friends sad, we don't ask what they want. We simply try to give them what we think they need.
Robbie seems so scared. I told him we would find him.
And we will. We absolutely will.
You promise?
Did Robbie tell you anything? What he's seen? Where he is, maybe?
I think he tried to, but he couldn't talk. It felt like he was made out of sand. And I don't think sand can talk.
You're right. Sand cannot talk.
But I could see that he was scared. You see that he was so scared. I didn't want him to go again.
I know, but I think dreaming people back just takes a lot out of her. She can't hold it forever, but she was able to let you see each other for a moment.
It wasn't long enough. I want her to do it again.
She can't right now. Like I said, it took a lot out of her. She needs to rest, recuperate. Otherwise, if she does it again, she might hurt herself. I know you don't want that.
No, she's my friend. You see that Rumana nods and she sort of wipes her nose and she calms down for a moment and she sits there and she just looks towards Ray. You can see that she's still tearing up a little bit, and then she just eventually looks down at her feet.
Well, I think that you should let us try to figure out a way to make Ray stronger. And then we'll try again once she's rested. But in the meantime, just, Robbie's around. So
You can see she's just nodding with her bleary, teary eyes. You can see tears. She's still staring at her feet as she's sitting there, and you can see just tears dropping. She just remains silent. You can make an insight check if you'd like. Navina, as Helix is speaking to Romana, you can see when something's going on in someone's head. You can see Romana's thinking.
What's going on, Romana?
She just looks up at you and shakes her head.
Are you thinking about Robbie? Or about how our new friend allowed him to appear?
She nods. Both.
Okay. That's understandable. I'm sure we all have a lot of questions.
Well,
but
we'll help her.
we will.
We'll help her
And
get
hopefully-
stronger.
Mm-hmm.
This way she can make Robbie stay longer.
Potentially. But there is one thing that I want you to keep in mind. Two things, actually. The first is that she gave you a gift just now. Being able to see Robbie, know that he's still out there for us to find, is a gift. And it isn't something that we can take for granted. The second thing is that when it comes to creating anything, you always have to keep in mind the stress of the items that you're using. If you use them too much, put too much weight and stress on them, they break. So while we should be very thankful to have her here with us so that we can help her and hopefully she can help us, we have to be mindful not to put too much stress on her,
And
or we will be the ones hurting her.
You can see with that 15 insight that she avoids meeting your eyes, and she stares towards Lee and Ray the whole time as she's nodding and agreeing, seemingly.
I know that you want to see Robbie again. I want to see him too. And my mother. But if we put too much on her, she might not be able to do it again at all. So this is something that we have to be very careful and slow with. It's something that we can't rush.
She averts her stare and finally locks eyes with you, and you can see a small, soft smile. And she blinks, and she just says, "Okay."
Okay.
Thanks, Navina.
You're welcome. But I think you should maybe be thanking someone else here for what she did.
She knows. And you can see her eyes become averted to the plate of food, and she crawls over and begins eating.
Navina will leave Rumana to the food, and she'll go over to Leanne Ray and Helix and kneel down as well. I don't know how you did that, but thank you for showing Robbie to her. But please do not do that again unless we are here with you so that we can help if anything goes wrong or if you need it.
You hear chomping and slurping in the background. Rumana turns her head and she says, "Okay."
Do you want any food? I can bring some over.
She says, "I can have it," Rumana says. She's not hungry. She's tired.
let me know if that changes.
And you just
And then
hear Rumana just scarfing down whatever's left on that plate.
Navina will decide that it would be best to leave Leanne Ray to rest, and she'll slowly leave the room while still like glancing back at everyone, sort of taking stock of the situation as she's leaving.
Okay. You see Rumana's back is now turned towards Leanne Ray. She's still eating, and you can see from what you can see from exiting from the side of her face, I guess, you can see that as she's eating, she's just staring at the wall. And then her chewing slows. She's still thinking.
And Navina will leave and go look for the others outside the room. Leave Helix and Bodhi to whatever they would like to do with the two kids.
Mm-hmm. What are Helix and Bodhi doing?
Bodhi plays a light, like almost like a children's song to try and cheer them up.
As you play, Rumana says, with her mouth full still, Ray likes that. Keep playing.
Will do, little lady.
She said she'll tell you when to stop.
I'll just keep playing.
Okay.
You are under the command of a 9-year-old.
And what is Helix doing? As Bodhi breaks out in gentle children's music, which is eerily creepy in this moment.
Yeah.
I was thinking of like
Slightly discordant.
banana phone style children's music.
Okay. Still kind of creepy.
Helix has been taking note of what's been happening. And before, so he'll just make sure that Ray is, cleaned up from all the blood that was there, and then he'll just try to comfort her in whatever way he thinks he can, as she's still just tightened up in like a little ball.
Yeah, at this point, she was breathing heavily, but you can feel as Bodhi has started to play music, you can feel that her breathing has calmed and is now more of a calm, steady resting pace than it was just a few minutes prior.
All right. So he would have also been, you know how you like rub a child's back when they're sick, kind of a thing. So he would have been doing that, but as he's listening to this conversation that Navina is having, he will just say to Ray, just as Navina mentioned, you can always come to us if anything looks scary or you need help.
Rumana says, okay.
And as Rumana says okay, he'll lean down and say very quietly towards Ray, Nono's here for you, and Nono would prefer if you just spoke to him about it. about any problems you had. And then he'll kind of pull back.
No one says anything in this moment.
And then he'll just give, take another good look at her, see that she's relaxed, and then just get up.
Okay.
And then walk over and give Bodhi a slap on the back as he prepares to leave the room, knowing that he's currently stuck there until otherwise.
You see, I start to sweat a little bit, like, when is this going to end?
So as Helix and Navina and Bodhi to a certain extent, you've sort of backed away into the hallway, still playing, but you've sort of rejoined the group.
Navina is... Sorry. Navina is just gonna go to the counter, just to whatever spare stool is available, and just basically rest her arms on the counter and just drop her head onto them.
Sloane's
I'm just gonna sit there.
Just gonna look over and be like, nod in understanding. Navina, I hate to put more on your plate, but
No.
the stars were blinking.
What? And like she'll turn her head, still on her arms, to look at you.
Yep. In sequence. Like a message.
Like code?
Yes. Have you heard of Norse?
You can make a history check.
15.
Yeah. You don't know exactly what it is, but you've heard of it.
Vaguely?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was like that. Oh, that's right. Helix Bodhi.
I think I know why.
Oh, you do?
So Leah and Ray can make some of the people that disappeared reappear? Ish?
What do you mean, ish?
Robbie was there, but he looked like he was made of sand, and he couldn't speak, but his physical appearance was there, but it didn't last, obviously. I'm assuming that the stars were being finicky or whatever while he was here but not here.
Okay. That's just casually implying that a child can control the cosmos. All right. I'm totally cool with that.
I mean, the guy said that the stars were being weird while we were having our fight.
Oh,
that
yeah.
may or may not have involved her.
Right. Hence why Helix, Bodhi, you guys said the stars blinked earlier, right?
That's right.
Okay, well, talking with Navina here, it just did it again while you guys were in there.
If something happens once, it doesn't matter. twice is a coincidence. 3 times is a pattern.
And also, the stars were blinking in code. I believe it's a message.
Do you happen to know what type of? I think I overheard you saying Norse code.
Yeah, I think it's Norse. I wrote down the sequence in my spellbook here, but I don't know what it means.
So since Helix, during a section of his life, was a soldier, would he be familiar with these codes?
Make a history check. Let's find out. Yeah, you have a basic understanding of it.
All right. Well, let me see what you've got.
Oh yes, absolutely. She'll hand him her spellbook.
Take a look at the codes. Can he decipher them based off that history check?
As you're looking at it, just go ahead and make just a general intelligence check.
Okay.
Not ringing a bell. You may need a cipher of some sort.
Well, I definitely recognize the sequence is Norse, but I can't make hide nor hair of what this sequence actually means. It's not a standard code, at least.
Okay, well, that's a start, I guess. Anyone else alarmed at how powerful this child is, that apparently when she does things, even the stars react?
If I were to say no, would that surprise you in any way? I went in there with a bit of an inkling that something like this might have happened. I just didn't realize the scale.
I mean, you as a person, from what I've seen, just seem to have this inexplicable sense of calm, so I don't know. I'm panicked about it. That's a lot.
I'm discomforted, but not for the reason you think, probably.
I can't even comprehend the power to do that. I mean, what is this kid like, fledgling god?
She's still a kid, and at this point, Naveena's like properly sat up a little bit. I mean, she had blood trickling down her nose when she was doing it, so she's not some all-powerful entity. She's still a kid.
I didn't mean that. I just meant as far as scale.
I know, but it's just something I don't want to forget. That no matter what she does, what happens, at the end of the day, she is still a child.
That might be all the difference between total disaster and some hope.
Maybe. Vienna will turn towards Helix. I'm honestly a little more worried about Rumana.
I am as well, but I wonder if it's for the same reasons.
I mean, she's also a kid, but she's a kid that had her only remaining family member ripped away and then reappeared, but not whole, and then ripped away again. That's a lot for any person to deal with, let alone a kid. And I'm a little worried that she's gonna try and potentially urge Leanne Ray to try and bring him back more than she should.
Oh, I don't think that that's a question. That's going to happen. We just have to be ready for when it does, or do everything we can to prevent it. That is how children are going to react. They're not. She doesn't understand what's happening. She's not going to try to understand what's happening. So,
I know.
But I don't know what the best course of action right now is. My gut is telling me that we need to separate the two of them. But that is also something that could be quite harmful. It just make a situation worse.
Yeah. They both seem attached, and I know that it's not exactly a great idea just to outright say that we want to separate them and remove them from one in each other. It doesn't end well, from what I know.
And with her relaying everything to Romana, that's going to make that much more difficult. However, before I left, I did tell her I was there for her, Ray, at least. And Romana, that was the one time Romana didn't respond. My hope is that maybe she'll approach me or Amma. Either of us is perfectly fine for some help with this before trying to do anything again.
I hope you're right.
We're definitely going to have to keep an eye on them, especially since, again, my theory about what she was capable of more or less got confirmed. I walked in there wanting to get a message to Lyra, and now I know I can, or at least in some degree.
Yeah.
But we don't need to exercise that right now.
No. Definitely not the time. Kind of really, really wish that both of my parents were here right now. They would probably have a better understanding of how to handle the whole situation with these two girls, but that's not really an option.
When we move, the little girl and her grandfather, they'll be separated anyway. So maybe we just let them be until we find a place to move her?
I mean, we were getting ready to move her to the Resistance hideout, so maybe we pause that for a moment.
Or maybe separating sooner rather than later would be better.
It's the hard part of this. Not only because it might have a negative reaction on her, but we don't know the depths of her telepathy. If she has if she can communicate with Ramira from across the city, then the separation is just going to cause anxiety.
Yeah. I mean, if she's powerful enough, I guess, to literally affect the stars, stands to reason that her other abilities would probably stretch pretty far.
We saw the stars changing from the lower city, so we were near the hideout, which means that there's a high probability that that's the case. At a minimum, it's probably citywide.
People were disappearing from all over the city. And she was in the sky in a crashing ship. I think right now it's late as all hell, and maybe we should focus on just trying to get some answers in the morning. Try to get some rest, I guess.
It is late. I keep forgetting this is the same day. So many things have happened.
Bill chimes in. Helix, you said, and Bodhi, you said you saw the. Do you remember if there was a pattern to it?
You want me to make a history check?
And both of you can.
Because there was definitely not one mentioned.
Both of you. You think back to earlier in the evening as you were making your way down to the lower city and you saw the flickering stars. You saw, or you remember seeing them sort of in 5 short bursts.
So it's just 5 shorts.
Yes.
Well, then it would have seemed like. So it was 5 shorts and then just a pause of nothing?
5 shorts and then nothing, and then 5 shorts and then nothing.
Yeah. 5 short bursts. That's what it was from the lower city.
And he just sort of nudges Salonia to write that in her book. Well, now we have 2.
Oh. Okay, yeah.
I mean, we still don't know what it means, but we have something.
We've got a pattern.
As Navina said, twice is a coincidence, so... Do we wait for it to happen again, or do we force it to happen again? He sort of says, puzzlingly.
I'm not too comfortable with forcing it, honestly.
I mean, forcing might be the wrong word. But, and then he just looks towards Salonia. Experimentation.
I mean, that would be experimenting, but maybe if we just watch for it, if we know it's linked to her using whatever abilities she has, we can just keep an eye on that, and then if we see her using them, check. I don't think... I mean, I don't know. This gives me the creeps, kind of. I don't like it.
I mean, wherever you guys are going, I'm coming. I'm not staying here with them.
Why?
Are you afraid of the children?
You said that she can make the stars blink, so yeah, no. And Bodhi, can you please stop playing? That's really creeping me out.
Oh, sorry.
Did Ray say it was okay to stop?
I look at her. Him.
Her. Ray is
Her.
just sound asleep. Rumana's just leaned against the wall. Do you stop playing?
I'll stop. I like transition quietly like an 80s song.
You
know, how
fade
they,
out
like, fade
at
away.
the end.
Just keep going quieter and quieter.
Yeah.
Fade to silence.
You see, as you slowly fade to silence, Rumana just side eyes you. Bodhi. She didn't say stop.
I start playing again. Fades in. Fade.
You can see Bill just grab his head.
I just mouthed sorry to him.
This is what happens when you're dealing with the whims of children, Bill.
Mm-hmm.
Which is why I don't want to stay. If they're making him do that for eternity, I don't want any part of that.
You get used to it. Eventually, you just learn to tune it out.
And we do kind of need somebody to be watching over the kids. I mean, my dad still has to run the forge. And you're not really wanting to go out and about in public, last I checked.
Well, last time there wasn't a godchild, and you see him just rub his face.
Well, I might have something that can help with this.
What are you
I'll go
gonna
check on it.
sedate her or something?
No. Just a trusted friend that might be able to help a bit.
Who?
I'll go get her.
Who?
Get her.
You implied this like she's close by?
Yeah. She's at the Institute. Most likely. She might be wandering around the gardens.
Why didn't you introduce us when we were there?
She likes to wander off from time to time, so she wasn't there when we were there last time.
Okay.
Is it another godchild that encounter this godchild?
No. She's not that. But she's good at watching over kids. We'll say that.
So you're saying I can come with you?
Yes.
And
We'll leave the kids with her.
You see him give a sigh of relief. I'll take my chances with the shadow entity. And
Hey,
whatever's
that's always with you.
and whatever's chasing me.
We do need to address that at some point.
I'm hoping not. So
You want it to just chase you then?
I mean, I think it's gonna happen anyway. I don't know if whatever's chasing me knows I'm in this city, so
Well, hopefully it doesn't find you. Because having shadows creeping in the edge of your visions is generally an unpleasant experience.
indeed.
I can confirm that.
What is wrong with all of you?
so much.
Us? You're the one that can see them.
Sometimes. I
So
don't have them.
You see things too.
Yeah, but not like in my eyes.
Well, lucky you, I guess. I guess you can just observe from afar and watch people get swallowed up by things. Potentially.
Well, that's
Well,
harsh.
I'm sorry.
And I mean, also, if anybody can see weird things if they stay awake long enough, then you just start hallucinating, and that's fun.
Navina, how long have you been awake?
I'm going to refrain from answering.
I think that means it's time for all of us to sleep.
Here?
Where else?
I don't know, the Institute or something?
The Institute is currently crawling with all kinds of people.
It's being watched.
Calanthier, Bazarin.
Oh. Well,
Yeah, officials.
What
Want to go meet the officials?
no. No. Well, you guys said you had a resistance house or a cave of some sort?
Want to go meet the displacer beast at the cave?
No. No. Resistance house, I guess, then? We can sleep there.
I think we'll be okay for one night here.
You can see he just keeps looking towards the door. And as he leans his chair back to get a better view of the inside of the door, you can see him shiver a little bit. Honestly, I don't know what's creepier. The blind girl that can't speak or Brumana strangely.
Honestly, I think Leanne's, to me, just seems like a normal scared child. So I think your concern about the other one might be well placed.
I mean, I'm happy that she's okay now, and she's been okay. I think ever since Leanne Ray, you said her name was, ever since she came, Bruman has been acting very strange.
Yeah.
Well, Bill, if you don't want to sleep in here, you can also sleep in the dune crawler.
With the bodies?
I would probably rather prefer that, to be honest.
Well, we unloaded the bodies, didn't we? We unloaded them.
Did
Nope.
we? I don't think we did.
Nope.
Oh,
I think the stench of decay is going to be ripe in there.
That's less of a concern to me than creepy children.
But according to Helix, he's gonna go get someone to watch the child, so it's not like, she'll be unsupervised and you'll be alone, versus if you go sleep outside in the dune crawler, you'll just be alone with the corpses and anybody who wants to break into the dune crawler.
Probably the Calanthier.
Well, I guess I don't need that on my shoulders, so I go where you guys go. That's all I'm saying.
I'm going upstairs to my room to sleep.
And where are you guys going as he looks at the three of you?
Probably just stay here. I've slept on counters, sitting in chairs before.
Oh, so we're all staying here.
Yeah.
Okay. That's
I was
fine.
just sleeping at the library.
Okay, that's fine. I'll like I said, wherever you guys are, I want to go.
Coward.
Just don't leave me alone with them. Has anyone checked to see if old man's alive? He hasn't made a peep
He's
since he
snoring?
fell asleep.
Oh, I thought he was snoring.
You heard him snore.
Okay. Yeah, he was snoring while we were in there.
Good. Just as long as he didn't die on my watch.
It'd be quite unfortunate.
All right, well, I guess I'll see you guys in the morning. And he just leans
Don't
back.
let the children scare you.
I'm trying to have that leave my mind, so I would appreciate it if you don't remind me of that. And he puts his spell book over his face.
Yeah, there's no cornfields around, so you don't have to be too scared.
Thanks for the imagery. I've read that book.
I haven't. What do cornfields have to do with kids?
You just have to read the book.
You're in a library. I'm sure you can find it.
I mean, I'm not currently in a library.
But you
Currently,
frequent the library.
This is true. Little hard to find a book if you don't know the name, though.
Children of the Corn. I hope that makes it easier.
Oh, that's to the point, I guess.
Oh, I love that one.
You know it too?
Yeah. By my favorite author, Stephen Usurper.
Never heard of him. Okay. Maybe I'll try it.
You may not want to. It's pretty scary.
Oh, so it's like a horror book.
Yeah. Involving children in cornfields. So if that imagery doesn't scare you, then I guess go ahead.
I mean, with just those two details alone, no.
Really?
I mean, it's okay. I grew up on a farm.
Just imagine, and he takes the book off of his face, and just imagine small, tiny, little Navinas.
Hey!
Standing, I'm sorry, I'm just going by the description of the book. Standing in cornfields. That's not terrifying to you?
I mean, my sister and I used to play in the cornfields, so no,
Nothing.
not really.
Nothing weird happened to you out there?
No.
Okay.
Well, that depends. Based off the way you described her earlier. And then he just kind of looks her way for a second, looks back at Bill. You said she had demonic looking wings.
True.
And she's telling you she grew up on a farm?
Yeah. And he slowly scrapes the stool away from Salonia.
Oh my god. I still don't know what you saw. But I was normal.
Oh, you weren't.
I'm
But-
just glad I wasn't the only one to see it.
Well, you couldn't see the kid.
Yes. But we both saw the wings.
I an answer for you.
No. And as much as I am kind of enjoying this back and forth and mostly just messing with Bill, I'm going to actually probably get a full night's rest of sleep for once. So
Yeah, we
yeah,
could
you
save-
guys have fun.
Save ghost stories around the campfire for a later night.
Bill's already snoring.
That's impressive. I'm gonna go attempt that in my room. There's probably some like blankets or makeshift cots you guys can probably scrounge up somewhere around here. I don't know, but I know there's blankets in the closet, in the hall closet, so
There's also an extra bed
Have a good
upstairs.
night.
There's one extra bed upstairs.
oh yeah, true.
Now that Romana's not sleeping up there.
And there's one extra bed upstairs. Rock, paper, scissors for it, for all I care.
I mean, all right. Sloane gets her hands ready for rock, paper, scissors and looks around.
Have fun with that. Good night. And then she just very promptly walks upstairs to go to sleep.
You two are welcome to fight for it. I don't really need a bed.
Okay. All right. Bill, Bodhi, rock, paper, scissors.
I'm fine right here. And he goes back to snoring almost immediately.
Suspicious.
Put her there.
Bodhi
And I
is
throw,
Bodhi's still playing.
Oh, there's two beds.
There's one bed,
No, there's one.
Oh, okay, yeah. So yeah.
but Bodhi's still playing for the children.
Oh, I see. I thought you meant playing rock, paper, scissors.
No. Unless you want to stop.
As I play the medley, there's like a key change, and I'm while I'm playing, I'm casting Mage Hand, and the Mage Hand is playing.
Okay.
Rock,
All
paper,
right.
scissors.
Hell yeah. All right, so
Nice.
both of you D20s, best of 3 highest wins.
Uh,
Oh,
Oh my god.
oh no.
Oh, wow.
wow.
Oh, and it's like a 3 on my screen for a second.
All right, Bodhi's got one.
So that one doesn't count for 2 failures.
Oh, Bodhi really wants that bed.
Bodhi's hot.
Oh, boy.
Oh my god.
There it is.
Well, you win, Bodhi.
Oh, well, I guess game is game, but I'll tell you what, next time you get first dibs.
Fair. All right. Good night.
Night, y'all.
Are you continuing playing?
I'm gonna try and fade out again. Wait, well, I take a look actually. Are they asleep?
Leanne Ray is. Rumana has her eyes closed.
I'm gonna play it so like gently, like as almost like a lullaby, just to like kind of hope that she falls asleep at this point, and then I'll fade out.
As you fade out, Rumana says she didn't say stop.
Oh no!
Well, as that's happening, Helix will speak up to Bodhi, realizing his plight. If they haven't stopped by the time you get back, I'll take over.
That's much appreciated, Helix. Salonia, maybe it's better that you take the bed. I'm gonna be up for a little bit.
Are you sure? I'm willing to honor the rules.
I don't look like I have a choice.
You do. You could stop playing.
You just see I'm like drenched in like sweat. Like I'm just like from nervous and exhausted.
You've been playing for a straight hour. You can stop if you want.
I'm gonna fade out one more time. And yeah, and I'll stop.
Silence. Where does Bodhi go after you fade out?
I tiptoe to the bed.
You hear Rumana as you leave the door.
Oh my god.
Good night, Bodhi.
Good night, little lady.
That made Ray happy. Thank you.
Much obliged.
Same time tomorrow?
We'll see how old Songbird here feels.
Okay. And you can hear her just sort of doze off. All right. So you all find a place that you can rest. The night continues. The sounds of the city fade as the night grows later and later.
Well, Helix was going to leave.
Okay.
He's going to go snatch up who he was talking about earlier.
Okay. So you quietly...
as they all fall asleep, he would quietly exit the building.
Okay.
And head towards the Institute.
All right. So you head down the street, a couple of city blocks away from the forge towards the Institute. As you approach, you can see that the plaza is fairly empty at this time of the night. A few drunkards, a few, people taking walks. But you don't see any activity from neither the Vezarin or the Calanthier outside.
Okay. I mean, it is his home, so he's going to treat it like that.
Mm-hmm.
And he's just going to walk into the Institute.
Okay.
As if it's just a normal day.
Mm-hmm.
And then as he gets in, he's going to do a quick scout around, and then he's going to whistle and attempt to summon his dog.
I knew it.
Yay!
So as you enter and walk around, you can see that everything is fairly untouched. As per the Vezarin, what the hell's her name? Oh my god, I'm blanking on her name. Hina Vex.
Yeah.
She said that nothing would be touched and that they would be very careful with their investigation. And as you take a look around, everything seems to be in order. You whistle, and after a few moments, you hear the tippy taps of your dog.
All right. And as they come running up, you see a rather large, dark, coated dog with big old floppy ears and an absolutely stupid grin. Something akin of like a Labrador retriever, trotting up, trotting up. And Helix will lean down and give her scritches under the ear and be like, it's good to see you, Iris.
Slobber
I've got
all
some
over
new
the
friends.
face.
Yeah, exactly. I've got some new friends for you that I need you to come watch over for me. So we're gonna go over to Navina's place, and you're gonna stay there for a bit.
You see, Iris is very excited. Tail is out of control. The booty shakes are insane.
Yes.
'Cause it's been
And I
it's
hope you-
been a few days. It's been a few days.
Yep. It's been a few days, and then he'll just say, "I hope you've been keeping a good eye on the place. I know you're good at it."
She barks.
So, again, more scritches, and then as he has done his task, he will return back to the forge, unless there's a secret Vizarin hiding around a corner.
With a gun aimed right at Iris. No.
Oh my
Oh
god.
my god.
Shouldn't have
Okay,
done
I knew
that.
it.
Shouldn't have done that.
If Iris dies, we riot.
The arm would just go instantly red, and Helix would show back up at the forge covered in blood.
He's killed everyone in the city. He's gone John Wick.
Appropriately.
So yeah,
Full John Wick.
easily enough, Iris follows you back, tail wagging, tongue sticking out, panting happily, and you make your way back to the forge.
And he would just resume his watch as he does not sleep. So
Iris sort of circles around a few times in front of you, more than they should, and just lays down.
yeah, she knows the drill.
Yeah. Why do dogs do that? They just circle and circle and circle and circle and circle and circle.
Yeah.
I know it's to, their instinct to like flatten the grass around them or whatever and get comfortable and make the spot warm, but I feel like it's an unnecessary amount of circles. But the night
Especially when
continues
it's on a bed.
Yeah, and you're trying to sleep because then they move.
You're like, it's as good as it's gonna get, buddy.
They move spots and they do it all over, and it's just an inch over. I was like, why are you doing this? So the night goes on without incident. The sun begins to peek through the windows, and you all get a full night's rest. A proper full night's rest, one that you haven't had in a while. Not since the new year, or before the new year. You wake up and you immediately see through the door. It must have happened sometime during the night while you all were sleeping. But you see Rumana sat in front of Lee and Ray as they were prior, on Rumana's side of the room, giggling, laughing.
As Helix notices that they're both up, he'll just lean down and say, "All right, girl, go say hi."
Iris, tail wagging, butt out of control, moves into the back room, and you can hear a gasp of joy from both of them.
Helix just smiles and lets it play out. He doesn't need to be there.
You see, from what you can see that both of them are very happy, especially Rumana. And you can see that they're both giving him scritches. The old man sort of turns the corner. Saroon. Good morning. I heard a lot of commotion. Is everything okay?
Yeah, everything's fine. There was a bit of an incident yesterday, but I think right now it's nothing too worrisome for you.
An incident during my watch.
I know you're very, very vigilant in your watch, but it was a minor incident, yes.
Oh, good. then nothing to worry about.
Indeed.
You can see he's sort of just feeling his way out of the room and finds purchase on a chair and sits down. He doesn't say much.
Helix finds the coffee. There's got to be a coffee machine. It's a workshop.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's been established that they do have a Keurig in here.
Yeah. It just starts making a pot.
Salonia, the smell of coffee enters your nostrils.
Oh, she sits bolt upright. Is someone making coffee?
Yep. I kind of figured you would need it. Nice bedhead, by the way.
Describe what Helix sees.
It's just.
I mean, she slept sitting on a stool with her face on the counter.
Yes. So, like, one side of your face is like red,
and imprinted with your sleeve.
Yeah, exactly. And then just the hair is still like sort of flicked down because it'd be resting towards the counter. And it doesn't quite sit right back up the way it's supposed to.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And then do you sleep with your glasses on or off?
On.
Oh boy.
Okay, so they're like crooked. Like
Yep.
one of the arms for the glasses isn't quite on right.
Yeah, they're like tilted.
Yes. So, and then he just brings you a cup.
Oh, you're the best, Helix. I haven't had coffee in days.
Yeah, it is. It soothes the soul in the morning.
And she downs that cup in one go.
Scalding hot coffee.
Yeah, I was about to say.
It's like it's like McDonald's hot, Salonia.
Oh God, which one? The one that
I was gonna say, are you aware of what you just said? The lawsuit one, or
yeah, the lawsuit one.
Oh God. Are you okay? That's generally not a good idea.
It wasn't. But I feel more alive than before.
Okay. Well.
She just holds up the cup. Can I have some more?
Yes, absolutely. Take little sips this time. Don't go all in. As he fills back up her cup.
Bodhi and Navina, you hear commotion downstairs. And you hear the pitter-patter of clawed feet.
Navina will take her time getting up with the idea of, so long as I don't hear yelling, it's fine. And she'll take her time to like get dressed, do her braid and all that, and slowly make her way downstairs.
How does Bodhi sleep? Unless he's still sleeping. In which case, you make your way down. Oh, you're back.
Yeah. Bodhi.
What does Navina see as she looks over towards Bodhi?
Good question.
Does Navina just get an eyeful of bedhead, or is he put together?
Oh, he's nice and neat, and almost like tight, like almost like untouched, like perfect. But like he's in like perfect flannel pajamas.
Oh, you have those?
He just carries pajamas around with him.
Bodhi.
Yeah. No,
He's always ready
mm,
to take a nap.
Yeah. Seeing the fairly put together appearance, she kind of just nods at you and like understanding of, yeah, I'd also like to be ready for the day. And then just starts walking downstairs.
Oh, that reminds me, I better wash up, get dressed. I'm a mess.
She kind of like side-eye him as she turns the corner to go downstairs, like, that's a mess?
There is a bathroom just right around the corner.
So I go in, and it's like those like on like America's Got Talent, those people that change really fast. I close the door, and as soon as I open it, you see me in my like standard like outfit.
Perfect.
Yeah, with like my hat, old songbird slung on my back.
That happens.
And I'm just like,
Go ahead.
and I'm just like, as I step out, I'm adjusting my bow tie.
That happens in a fraction of a second before you can take the first step down the stairs, Navina.
Okay, what the fuck?
Oh,
Ow.
why? What happened?
You... No, it's too early for this. No. She'll just go downstairs.
So both Bodhi and Navina make their way downstairs.
Coffee?
Sure, why not?
That sounds excellent.
Hands over a couple of cups. Well, I went and got my friend last night. She's in there with the kids now. So hopefully she can keep an eye on them while we're out and about.
Where do we want to go first?
Well, I think we need to find Farah. My original thought was we would use Ray to get a message to Lyra to try and find out where they are, but I don't think we want to press that button just yet in case it causes something to go south.
Yeah.
I think we had some potential other means to get a hold of them. Was that correct? We were potentially Mortimer, or maybe Esther knows where we might find them. I mean, if we've got an intelligence network on tap, we
Yeah.
might as well use it.
True. Yeah, we can definitely try Mortimer's workshop, see if he's there. He'll probably know, or at the very least be able to point us in the right direction.
First, and then if that fails, we'll go to Esther.
Yeah. I do probably have to ask my dad where to find someone else as well, but that could wait if we want to focus on one person at a time.
I mean, I'm generally vote for us to not, split up too much, especially when we're already down a couple.
Yeah.
So, at least that's
So
my
you
opinion.
want-
And then,
All of us to go?
well, yeah, because we also need to. I'm assuming you want to swing by the library and try and decode whatever these messages are.
Yeah, I was planning on doing that with whatever you're doing, but if you want to do everything together, then we'll just go together.
I'm just worried another event's gonna happen while we're out and about, and well, if that happens, I'd rather be nearby when whatever these things are come out.
That seems wise.
Yeah, it's generally not a good idea to travel a city that's full of spooks by yourself.
Right, so then your friend is watching the kids?
Yep, she's in there with them right now.
No, I didn't even realize that. Okay.
Yeah, you go say hi to her if you'd like.
I mean, should I? I don't want to scare Ray.
You know what? Actually, I'll just call her out here, and then he'll whistle.
Nothing.
She doesn't come?
Nope.
Well, that's not right. So he's gonna go check.
As you turn the corner into the door, you see the three of them playing. You see Iris is pretty preoccupied, roughhousing with both Rumana and Lee and Ray.
Her name's Iris, by the way.
They all stop, and both Rumana and Lee and Ray look up at you. Rumana just goes, "She's very nice. She's fluffy."
She is, and she's fun.
And then you can see that she gives her scritches behind the ears. "Hello, Iris. Nice to meet you." And you can see Iris is very happy, tail wagging, tongue out, jumping all over the kids.
So, well, I need a quick word with Iris, and then she'll come back and play. Is that okay?
You see Rumana look towards Lee and Ray. And then she looks back up at you. "Yeah."
Come on, Iris. I need you to meet the rest of the crew.
Iris turns towards you and follows you.
I know you got new friends, and he's just petting her. But and then as she comes out of the room, she's like, all right, folks, this is Iris. She's going to be watching the kids for us. And Helix is going to pay attention to her reaction as she's introduced to everyone in front of her.
Mm-hmm. She goes
and see if she.
Well, Salonia's really excited. She's like, I didn't realize it was a dog.
When she gets the okay to go, she goes straight to Salonia. Matching your energy.
She's instantly on the ground, like squishing her face and being like, "Hi! Oh, you're cute."
How tall is Iris in comparison to Salonia?
I mean, she's a fairly big-sized dog. I'm trying to. One of those kinds of dog that's like taller than your knee.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
She's not small. She's a lab.
Mm-hmm. Didn't know if she was some kind of like special dire lab or something.
No. She's just a normal ass dog.
Yeah,
That's why I didn't want you to kill her.
And then she promptly moves over to everybody else. She moves over to Navina and sort of nudges your hand to give her scritches.
Yeah, Navina will definitely give her some scritches. She just wanted to wait for Iris to basically initiate it just in case. But she will give her lots of scritches and a boop on the nose.
Tail wags and she moves over to Bodhi.
Bodhi lowers old Songbird so she could rest her head on the bass of the guitar or on the lute, and then as I play, I let the like vibrations relax her.
Oh, she enjoys that a lot. And she hops up and gives you some licks on the face. Tail still wagging. And she moves over to Amasaroon. Amasaroon seems surprised. Oh, what is this? And you can see immediately he starts giving her scritches. And the tail's still going, the tongue's still out. And then she moves over to Bill, who is still sleeping. And as she sort of hops up, both paws on the counter and sort of nudges his hand, he sort of jolts up, his book falls to the floor. What? And then he sees the dog and begins petting her. Oh, and Iris remains happy, tail wagging, tongue out.
So she didn't have any negative reactions to anybody.
No one.
No one. Okay. All right. And then he'll call Iris back over, and kind of lean down in front of her and, all right, girl. Well, you've been introduced to everybody now. I need you to watch the girls for me, and you know the deal. If something goes wrong, I need you to come find me or any of the people in this room. Okay?
She barks twice.
All right. We'll go have some fun with the girls then.
She lumbers, turns around in this sort of tight space between two counters and runs back immediately into the back room and immediately giggles and pants and roughhousing.
She's a good dog, and like I said, if anything, she'll keep an eye on her. If anything starts to go wrong, she'll definitely come find us. She's used to having kids around.
That is very kind of you.
Yeah. I happen to enjoy her presence around me as well, so it's not too much to have her around.
Iris, now that's the loveliest flower I've ever seen.
You can see Bill gathering himself. He picks up his spell book and attaches it to the chain around his waist. So, where we head?
Mortimer's.
Okay. Shall we?
No time like the present.
Okay. So as you...
Should we bring him some coffee or...
You can see that Helix already has a coffee mug for him.
Oh.
And
okay.
word of the wise, don't touch anything in Mortimer's workshop. He has...
Mad?
I mean, he has a method for where everything goes, but also he really likes creating things that explode. So just don't tempt fate, okay?
Oh. Okay.
Especially if it looks like it's an unfinished project, don't touch it. Please.
Okay, how do you tell if something's unfinished?
If there's a lot of parts around it, and it doesn't look... I guess... If it doesn't look entirely formed yet, like there's something missing, there probably is.
It's kind of hard to tell. Everything in there looks finished, even though they're not.
Yeah, just don't touch anything. And watch where you step.
Where we step?
Yeah. Tools end up in weird places, okay?
He has a method to his madness. It's like a minefield in there.
Yeah. Literally. Yeah.
Oh, lovely.
All right. So as you guys make your way out, Bill is the last to follow you out. And as you guys are walking out, you see both Rumana and Lee and Ray stood at the entrance of their room door, with Iris sat in between them. And they're just standing side by side, watching you all leave. Bill immediately rushes towards the front of the line in front of all of you, and he's like, nope, nope, nope. And you all make your way towards Mortimer's. So, Navina, if you'd like to describe the exterior of Mortimer's, and where is Mortimer's workshop? Is it in the upper city or the lower city?
It's in the lower city.
Okay.
Sort of closer towards the outskirts of the lower city with his penchant for explosives.
Fair.
He's very mindful of that. The outside is honestly fairly plain isn't really the right word, but it's not like decorated, it's not extravagant, it's very practical. And if you look close enough, it is fairly reinforced as well. It's not an overly tall building. And even though like it looks reinforced and it's not as well decorated as the other places around, it still fits the general area.
Okay. And what is the signage out front?
The signage out front just says Mortimer's.
It's just very nondescript.
If
It just
you
says
know,
Mortimer's.
you know.
Yeah.
Just straight to the point. If you're going to get something from Mortimer, you know what you're going for.
It's in like the Woolworths font. You guys might be too young for that. I'm aging myself.
We know what it is.
Okay. So you walk in, a very quaint bell rings. Bill opts to stay outside because he knows how it is inside. And he just leans against the walls on the outside. And as you enter, you see Mortimer sort of frantically working through paperwork and trying to gather materials. He's moving extremely fast, and just off to his side, you see your father, Navina.
No. Well, good morning.
Good morning, Navina. Mortimer's in his flow state at the moment. We're trying to get things together for the Saraitel project. We're having a bit of an issue.
What kind of issue?
He just looks towards Mortimer. Mortimer takes a whole half a second to stop what he's doing. Well, we were expecting a shipment of materials, and it never showed up.
Oh. Yeah, it's a problem.
Yeah, so I'm trying to scrounge together anything that I think may work. I've already cleaned your aunt's jewelry shop of the zirconia that I need. Would you happen to have any or know anywhere I could get some?
Zirconia?
Yeah.
I don't have any on me.
Well, okay. I'll work with what I have. And he continues to rummage and cobble together bits and bobs of different crystals and different pieces of metal into a sort of a large flatbed cart.
I didn't know you were involved in these kinds of projects, Dad?
I'm not. Mortimer is. I'm just trying to help him out.
Ah, gotcha. Do you think we could get him to stop long enough to ask a couple questions?
Maybe. Mortimer, can you just for a few minutes? Mortimer sort of stops. He puts the pile of papers down on the counter in front of him, and he turns around and he takes a deep breath. Right. Okay. My apologies, Navina. Yes. How can I help?
Yeah, no, I get it. We just have a couple questions for you. Helix here in particular.
He looks over to Helix. He raises the goggles atop his head and narrows his eyes towards you.
Well, Mortimer, I apologize for. I know how it is with projects and getting interrupted, but hopefully this shouldn't take too much time. You said you were doing some work from the Saritel?
Indeed, yes. New blueprints. We're trying to repair the damaged Veil War towers. And he's just he slows down for just a moment, and you can see that he realizes who he's speaking to. With the current state of the Veil War towers and the people that were working on them, again, my apologies. They turned to me for help.
No, that's perfectly reasonable. You want to come to the best of the best for when it comes to the towers.
I'm out of my depth. I'm usually blowing stuff up, not putting things back together.
Well, I'm sure you've got this handled. But we're out to try and, I guess, find you some help and address the situation with the other engineers that were dealing with the towers. And that actually leads me into my follow-up question. Well, since you know Lyra's gone, I'm trying to find her co-engineer, a person by the name of Farah Al-Kabir. Would you happen to know where they are?
Farah. That name does sound familiar, and he puts his goggles back down to his face and he starts rifling through papers. Farah Al-Kabir, correct?
Correct.
Yeah,
yes.
she's heading the repair projects.
Oh.
She's the one
excellent.
that actually requested me to help.
Okay, so
Except
then
I'm not that much help because the shipment that I needed to help didn't show up.
Well, I was going to ask who was supposed to deliver that, but it sounds like it's one and the same.
Yes.
Okay. Well,
I've never worked for the city in this capacity, at least, so I'm trying to put my best foot forward, but my best foot forward is not very good at the moment.
I think you just need to calm down.
I can't. Is that
you
coffee?
know,
As he takes notice of your hand.
he's just been walking around the fucking city
talking
with a coffee mug. He just hands it over.
Oh, he drinks it. It's cooled off. It's lukewarm at the moment now.
Yeah. Well, I forgot. We actually we pulled that one jug out of the institute that
Salonia has.
Salonia has, yeah. Just can make coffee.
No, I don't think coffee's one of the things it can make.
Oh wait, it makes acid. Or wine.
No, it can make water or honey or mayo or beer, but not coffee.
Mayo?
I think that was one of the things.
Mayonnaise.
Yeah, it makes weird stuff.
Okay.
And then acid and poison. It makes food and then acid and poison.
In the same container.
Yep. So anyway. All right, so, I mean, I can check the Institute to see if we have anything there. You were looking for zirconium?
That's something that I think might work. What we're looking for is rare. The shipment was supposed to arrive a few days prior, but never showed up.
Well, you can definitely check if the Institute has anything you could use. I don't know how much is left over from Lyra's work, but I'm sure there's some scraps. She always keeps spares of everything, so hopefully there's something. But we'll check that and get it back to you as soon as we can. But first, we need to get on hold of Farah.
Yes, she's currently, or as far as I know, where she's always been since the incident, at the Solaris Heart, in the center of the city, where most of the Saraitel work.
All right, so this is a place then Helix would be familiar
Oh
with.
yeah, you know that's the base of operations for the Saraitel. They maintain the Solaris crystal, which keeps the city afloat and powers everything that needs powering, including your Solaris crystals.
Okay. All right. Well, like I said, I don't want to keep you because I know, again, I've seen that look plenty of times over the years, that I know when an engineer's working, you let them work. So I'll let you back to it, and I'll try and figure out what, not only we'll go find Farah, but I'll see if I can figure out what's going on with your shipment at the same time.
I appreciate that. And he looks over to a different stack of paper, and he picks up pretty thick stack, and he turns and walks over to Navina. Navina, if you could you post these around the city?
What are they?
Job postings. I'm looking for help.
What kind of help?
And as you look down, it's a job posting for local adventurers. The reward is 1,000 gold pieces, and it's to retrieve a missing shipment.
Oh.
And you can see two very hastily drawn photos on it. One being a rabbit folk or a Harangon looking figure, and you see another bald, dark-skinned humanoid looking person. You can see beneath their photos, you can see that the Harangon is named Sahiri, and the other one was named my notes under the male humanoid. His name was Hassan.
Who are these two?
Hassan was my prospector, and Nahiri was the Zahari guide that was supposed to guide them through the canyons. That's the missing shipment.
Oh shit. You said it was Zahiri?
Yes. And he looks over to Horgal, and Horgal just nods. Yeah. What are the chances, right?
Why do we have the worst luck ever?
Well, the Zahari are few and far between. It's hard to get a hold of them. Aside from your mother and Zahiri, there aren't that many Zahari around, or available at least.
Yeah. She'll turn towards the rest of the group and like hold up one of the flyers. So we gonna do this after?
Mortimer just shakes. Oh, no. I couldn't ask your group to do this. This is why I made the job posting.
And this is kind of more of a me ask for the rest of the group than anything. I kind of have a lot of questions for Sahiri.
Well, maybe if an adventuring party can bring them back, then you can ask the question. I couldn't ask you to do it. It's far too dangerous.
I've been in the desert.
But you haven't been
What
to the
makes it
canyons.
so dangerous.
Well, it is in the canyons of Barrett's Run. Mostly uncharted, and some say it's infested by monsters and ancient things.
That sounds terrible.
Which is why, and he sort of walks over and grabs the stack of papers. Which is why I can't ask you to do this, Navina. Your father would probably object to it as well. And you can see the look on your father's face. You know he's not gonna allow this.
Okay, we'll come back to that. How about that?
I'll post these myself. It's okay.
Fine. Just at the very least keep me updated on if anybody does take the job or not.
Well, we've only had one.
Who?
They call themselves the Spurs or something?
The Spurs?
Steel.
What kind of name?
Steel Spurs.
Yeah, first. Now that's one hell of a group name.
They're the only ones
Yeah,
that
what?
answered. That's why I wanted to post more. They're sort of more outlaw than adventuring party.
Hmm.
So they don't have a good reputation.
I wouldn't say good or bad. Just not ideal.
Okay, well, just like I said, just keep me updated, I guess. We can leave you to your work and go see about getting some answers elsewhere for now, I guess.
Right. Well, good luck. Let me know if I could be of any assistance. Do you need anything?
Well, you said you were gonna put those up yourself, or you still want us to do it?
I'm gonna do it myself. I don't want to put any ideas in. And he sort of points at his head, in that Navina's head.
Okay, well that's fine. Here, hand me a couple. I'm gonna put them up around the institute, since I'm gonna swing by there at some point later today.
Oh, I appreciate that. And he hands you the stack of paper, and he just sort of sneers at you, Navina.
Oh, I'm sorry for trying to be helpful.
I appreciate your willingness to help, but your father and I can't risk you.
I appreciate that. Even if it's a little overprotective much, but whatever.
Horgal says, the canyons aren't like the desert.
Yeah, I know. I've heard as much from Mom.
Or many have went in. Most of them don't come out. And that is why these materials are so hard to come by.
Yeah. I don't suppose you would have any I guess, ideas for a sort of reinforcing a like spear kind of weapon.
Yeah, I mean, we could do that. Sure.
Okay, I recently came across a interesting material that I'm interested in trying to work with, so might do that at some point.
What sort of material?
One that I'm going to want to do a couple of tests on before I mess with forging it. But it was fairly durable.
You see Horgal sort of straighten up and uncross his arms and leans off of the counter. But I mean, Horgal's a dwarf and Mortimer's a gnome, so the counters are very short. And he walks over to you. Can I see the material? Maybe I could lend some help.
Sure. Yeah, she will open her pouch and take out the scorpion tail bit and just very unwrap just a small section of it, so the full thing isn't on display.
You see both Horgal and Mortimer look. Mortimer's goggles are down and they look. Horgal just looks at Mortimer, and Horgal closes your fist around the material. Navina, that looks dangerous.
Which is why I'm going to do tests. Safe tests, like you and Auntie taught me. But tests nonetheless, and if they prove fruitful, they could make something great.
Where did you even get that? That looks like the thing those statues outside are made of.
From a sentient-ish scorpion.
He sort of holds his hand out. Navina, I can't. We have to turn that into the Calanthere.
And what are they going to do with it?
Figure out what it does. Maybe solve how to cure these people.
This isn't going to help them figure that out. These are similar, but they're different entities entirely. The scorpions were made of this and free moving. The people aren't made of it. They weren't made of it originally, and they aren't free moving. I think they're different.
They're of the same thing, so the Calanthere could probably use it. If it's similar but different, that's a leg up.
The Calanthere probably already has some. We found it at the crash site that they were going to go head for anyway.
Go ahead
What's
and
the harm in me having...
make a persuasion check.
Hello? Dice? No, not advantage. Why'd you do that? I clicked you once.
Well, it was a 17. We'll take the. I mean, both are very good rolls. You see conflict with Horgal's face, as you always do, as he's trying to make decisions concerning you, being your father, but also allowing you to be your own person, and make you feel that he trusts you. Just, Navina, be careful, please. And if anything goes wrong, Just promise me, if you can't figure it out, bring it to the Calanthere.
I'll be careful. And if I think I'm in over my head, I'll stop.
And bring it to the Calanthere.
Yes.
He lowers his hand. All right. You can see that there's, I don't want to say regret because that's pretty harsh. You can see that as he's accepting this and he's allowing you to do this, you can see that there's conflict, I guess, in his eyes. Like, he knows that this is wrong, but he trusts your work, but he's also afraid of what that thing is, all at the same time.
You taught me how to be careful when creating things. Auntie taught me how to appraise materials. I'll be okay.
I trust you. And he looks at everyone else in the room. Make sure my girl doesn't get hurt. Please. Just all I got left.
You know I'm going to keep an eye on her, so don't worry.
And besides, Mortimer's taught me how not to blow myself up.
This is quite true, Horgal. She is very skilled, and she had a good teacher. As he says that, he's fiddling with an orb of some sort that he sort of miscalculates unscrewing, and a puff of smoke, black smoke, hits him in the face. Horgal just he has both his fingers on the bridge of his nose, eyes closed.
See, it didn't explode.
Okay. I do what you need to do before I change my mind.
Okay. We will let you be.
And they continue on. Mortimer continues at lightning speed, moving around the workshop, gathering whatever materials he can, and the stack on the flatbed cart grows with every passing Mortimer. And you exit Mortimer's.
Yeah. So good job not touching anything.
Was frightened.
Yeah, Mortimer's he's a wonderful artificer, but at least one of his projects are always fairly close to exploding, intentionally or unintentionally.
So we were at risk just being in the building?
The whole time, Bill chimes in. The whole time.
Oh God.
It's a controlled risk. As controlled as Mortimer can make it. He still has all his limbs.
To be fair, Mortimer doesn't make anything lethal until it needs to be, but there is still a chance of an explosion.
Until it needs to be. When does it need to be?
When he's sure he's done with the project. Then he adds the lethal component. But until then, third degree burns is your worst fear.
Third degree?
Yeah.
Bad.
You're still alive, so.
But it hurts a lot.
But pain means you're living.
And also, the survival rate for third degree burns, depending on how much of your body they cover, is not good. Most people die of an infection.
Well, the Calanthere are pretty adept at. The Calanthere have sort of solved the whole pain thing, so.
Yeah. And this whole area is, I feel like they pretty much know whenever there's a bad explosion in this building, so you'd get some help pretty quickly.
As you look around, you can see that most of the buildings that are around, which is very sparse in this corner of the lower city, they're reinforced with steel.
Okay.
Just not Mortimer's.
Right. Remind me to not come here again.
Oh, why? It's a fun time.
I think our definitions are different.
Makes you feel alive, doesn't it?
Not as much as this coffee does.
Touche. So where are we headed?
Well, first things first, and then he's going to hand a flyer to each and every one of them. So this is probably on our list now, it feels like. Don't have to address it right away, but I get the feeling we might want to address it at some point. I don't really know that whatever this is and whatever's going on, I don't really know that I want to leave entirely to random adventuring party 01.
Yeah, the Steel Spurs. It's an odd name.
Yeah, it's a choice.
Sounds like train robbers to me.
Yeah, like a gang or something.
I'm trying to remember if I've ever heard of them before.
You can make a history check. You all can. Except for Salonia and probably Bill.
Maybe I know they're train robbers.
So, Bodhi, you've heard the name. You don't know their reputation very well. You know one of them frequents the bars, the bar at the Serpent's Head quite frequently, but you don't know the reputation. Navina and Helix, they're, as Mortimer says, not the ideal group. They're more of a gray area, leaning towards black when it comes to taking jobs and completing them as requested.
Yeah, I don't think they're necessarily the kind of best group for a recovery / maybe rescue mission.
They get the job done, just not very clean.
They're known to take liberties with rewards as well.
Oh, so they're like, no.
You know what? Yeah.
Yeah, I just worry that maybe they will prioritize the wrong things.
Bodhi, you know one of them is absolutely always drunk.
Well, if one of them is who I think it is, they're always at the Snake's Head, blitzed out of their mind.
You would know his name is Milo.
Does the name Milo sound familiar to anyone?
I mean, that
None of you have ever
sounds
heard.
familiar.
I mean, Milo is a very common name, but none of you can associate it with the Steel Spurs.
Not personally.
Milo was a very common name about 20-ish years ago, lots of babies were born with that name, so it doesn't narrow it down one way or another.
Yeah, I mean, we can, I guess, hang these up if we want to do that. See if maybe some other people outside of the Steel Spurs want to get involved.
I'm gonna be honest, I wasn't really planning to hang them up.
Okay. Yeah, see, I was kind of hoping you were going that route, but I didn't want to assume.
You assumed correctly. So.
Okay.
But shall we make our way through the library then, or do we want to head to the Solaris Heart and deal with Farah?
I mean, my vote is for the library.
I kind of figured.
Shocking.
So I'm good with us heading there next. I actually wouldn't mind trying to puzzle this out myself. So I'm good with that if we want to head there next. It was pretty close, So
There is a smaller library in the lower city. It's not as large as the one in the upper city, but it's still
lower city.
It's still fairly decent. So you guys are heading to the library?
I believe so.
Okay.
Looks like it.
All right. So you make your way through the lower city towards the library there, and you enter, and it's not, as I said before, it's not as large, but it's still fairly decently sized. Lots of books.
All right, first thing she's going to look for books about Norse code.
Okay, easily enough. You utilize the decimal system, and you find whatever you can find. Maybe 2 or 3 books on Norse code.
Excellent. All right, she's going to use a professional speed reading ability.
Okay, so go ahead and make an investigation check, adding your bonus.
I don't need to.
That is a 20.
That's a nat 20.
27 total. Yeah. You guys watch as Salonia just tears through these books. Some of you even wonder how she's even absorbing information with how quickly she's turning the pages. She closes the final book, and Salonia, you have the cipher to Norse code.
I think I have it. She's going to pull out a scrap piece of paper and just start writing the cipher down quickly.
Helix just sat down and was opening his first book. Oh.
Navina was barely trying to get started on drawing out a schematic and is basically made 2 lines.
What?
Girl, what the hell?
This is what I do.
Well, I'm quite impressed. I will say that. Well then, I guess if we've figured out the cipher, what is the message?
Well, here, she's going to pull out her spell book where she jotted down the sequence and then put the cipher next to it so they can all see it.
So the patterns that you see, the first one she wrote down, which was short, long, 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 short, short, long, 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 that lines up to the number 12. And the second one that, who remembered it? Bodhi?
Yes.
Short, short, 5 shorts lines up to the number 5.
12 and 5? Does that mean anything to anyone?
Nothing from my end, but it's numbers, and we've seen numbers, so he just turns toward Navina.
I mean, my first thought was coordinates, but that we're quite a few numbers short from what I know.
Or is it a day?
Or is it a person?
No, I don't think so.
I like that idea. I'm writing that down.
I start strumming in a 12/5 time signature.
It's a mess. It is. I mean, go ahead and make a performance check. Yeah, even a 12/5 is crazy for you. It doesn't make sense musically.
It's not much of a melody.
You're more of a 4/4 to the floor and like 6/8 occasionally if you're feeling spicy.
Well, that was definitely an interesting experiment, I think.
That feels like we've gotten no closer. It just feels like we found a different code.
That means we might have to, as much as I don't want to necessarily rush this, we might have to invoke a situation again.
Yeah.
We don't have to rush that. We've got plenty of other things to look at in the meantime.
I was gonna say, we need to let her rest.
Yes,
Mhm.
I fully agree.
And also prepare for if she can bring someone else forward. They can't talk, but maybe there's some other way we could try to communicate with them.
Yeah,
If
and
they
I think
talk, can they even see or hear?
I'm assuming, I mean, Robbie and Romana were hugging.
Oh, okay.
Navina, give me just a wisdom check.
Womp.
The word tests and experimenting and children don't sit well with you.
Yeah, that's fair. Anybody that's paying like particular attention to her, at this point, her muscles are very tense and she's more just staring at the page she was going to start drawing a schematic on. And it's kind of like she's staring through it rather than at it.
is that an easy read?
Yeah. No, that's an easy read.
She's burning holes in that paper.
Helix will put a hand on her shoulder. No, it doesn't sit well with me either, but it's an option that we need to make sure we keep available to us. We just need to find a way around it if we can.
Yeah.
And as you sit there or stand there burning through this paper, in the back of your mind, you hear screams and flashes of needles and different apparatuses close to your face. And they come in very quick flashes. You see faces. You see other children. And then the final flash, you see the face that you wanted to forget. And that's what you got with an 8. Trauma. You're welcome.
Trauma. Oh, thanks. Yeah, Navina will abruptly stand up. Her chair kind of screeches back behind her. Well, we got the code, so I guess we should be moving on now. And she'll leave and start walking away.
But we still don't know what it means. Did I miss something?
Looks like she was just struggling with the moment.
Okay. Well, where are we going next?
Well, I'd actually had another follow-up to this, so it feels a little awkward to ask to stay.
She won't go far. She'll stop if we're not with her.
Bill hurries. I'll go check on her. And he briskly walks off after Navina.
I guess we'll trust him to address that. So my follow-up suggestion was going to be actually to Bodhi. I've met plenty of people with talents such as your own over the years. And one of the things that I've seen them do is, through song, somehow manage to communicate with animals. So I was wondering if we could find a way, or if you knew a way, that you could write some sort of music that could communicate with Iris. She's a smart dog, and there were a bunch of weird people inside of her house over the last few days. And I would love to hear what she had to say.
Is that right now?
It's just something I've seen with people of your talents.
I'd like to give that a try. I don't know how successful I'll be, but I like a songwriting challenge.
Exactly. And we've got literally the fastest reader on the entirety of Umbria next to us, apparently. So, are you up for helping on this challenge?
Of course, but how would I help?
I'm sure there's something in this library that could help.
Oh, you want a book reference. Got it. So what are we looking for exactly?
How bards know how, through music, to speak with animals.
So first we're going to want to start with the classification of animal communication and then see if we can break it down further in the indices. Got it. Okay, I'll go look.
He just nods.
Go ahead and make your investigation check.
I'll assist. Give her advantage.
So that is
20.
20. Go ahead and since Bodhi is helping you, go ahead and roll with advantage. Just to see if you get that natty 20. Nope, that's the complete
that's
opposite.
One.
So
Bodhi hits a wrong note.
you take your time and you scour the library for anything you could find related to Helix's request. You find some sciencey books on the frequencies that animals can hear. And then you also find, with the help of Bodhi, some books on music and musical notes. we'll say this. It's probably, since this isn't a Disney movie, so it's going to be very sciencey. So it'll probably take you the better part of 3 days to try and figure this out, being that this is the first day. Bodhi, go ahead and make a charisma check with advantage, since Navina is assisting you.
Navina.
Not Navina, Salonia. The DC on this is extremely high. What is your bonus to your charisma?
+3.
+3?
Yes.
So the DC on this is 23.
Okay, so I have to basically get a net. Let's go.
That was a good one too.
That was a good one.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yet so far.
Yeah. So given with what you have, you start to get an understanding, but you don't have the correct reference materials yet. You'd probably need to scour more information. The books that Salonia had collected, the books that both of you have collected, weren't quite enough. So you will need to find more. And the better, the more information you find pertaining to this subject will lower the DC.
Mm-hmm.
Seems like we're on track.
Yeah, that I don't really know. I don't really fully understand what you guys found, but it feels like this is a good start. I wasn't expecting us to figure it out right here, right now. I wasn't expecting us to walk away with a fully working cipher, though, so I thought maybe whatever was happening was going to continue to happen. But again, it's something. The project has been started, and hopefully, it's a fun one.
I do enjoy the idea of communicating with the critters more than head scratches and feeding them.
They do communicate pretty well with head scratches, though.
Very much so.
They can actually communicate to you when they're feeling some sort of way, so that when you get a little bit of money, they don't just start limping for no reason. Anyway, where you guys headed next?
I think we were gonna go. We would go see how Navina's doing.
Okay. I mean, easily enough, you catch up to Navina and Bill. Bill is
go far.
Yeah, Bill is just sort of just silently walking next to you, sort of just being there for support. He's not really prying.
Yeah, she's kind of just like leaning against the wall outside the library. She just has like her arms crossed and she has and eyes closed, just kind of thinking to herself and going over the faces she saw of the children in her head.
And the moments that you open your eyes, or the moments before you close your eyes, you can see that Bill is standing, at a comfortable distance, and he's just making sure you're okay. You can see that there is worry in his eyes. And then the rest of the party joins you outside.
All right. Are we doing okay, Navina? You rushed out of there pretty quick, like.
Yeah, just needed some fresh air for a minute.
I can understand that. Well then, do we want to tackle what's next on our list, or does anyone have anything else that feels more pressing?
No, not particularly.
Solaris Heart it is then?
Sure. As long as you're sure it's safe for us to go there.
Honestly, don't feel like we have much of a choice. And I wouldn't mind having a word or two with them.
So you guys make your way back up to the upper city, and you make your way towards the center of the upper city. As you approach, you see wide sandstone pavers inlaid with brass and gold filament, rows of date palms, flower beds, and deep indigo and cream. You see the Solaris Heart rises 300 feet from the plaza center, a single raw faceted shard of violet crystal. Its upper third is encased in a pyramid of translucent mirrored panes held on by great stone arches. The whole structure so tall the clouds sometimes drag across its peak. The light it scatters across the plaza doesn't behave like normal light. You see pale violet on the ground to your left. You see deep rose along the wall to your right. The shadow you're standing in is faintly, unmistakably blue. But it never stays static as the colors shift according to the crystal's glow. A kaleidoscope of colors wash the central plaza and beyond. People are crossing the plaza. Some of them don't look up. Not after the first time. That's how you can tell the locals from the visitors. On the exterior of the pyramid, you can see a spiral stair of glass and brass that wraps around the pyramid's exterior, wide enough for about 5 to 10 people. It stops well short of halfway up. Above the platform's highest deck, the crystal simply continues, bare and unreachable, tapering towards a crown that from down here looks like a lit match against the sky. You see tourists and locals pressed to the rail. Children are lifted for a better look. A vendor threads through the crowd with chilled citrus drinks on a brassy tray. Through the frosted glass at the pyramid's base, you see silhouettes. Hazy silhouettes. They don't acknowledge the gathering crowd that's around them, but they don't ignore it either. It's more of a performance, but it's real work. Sort of like when you're going through like a Disney tour of, Jurassic Park or something, and you see the scientists working. So it's a combination of that. And at the base of the pyramid, you see a face of the pyramid sort of vanish, and you see a singular female walk out. And she takes notice as you approach.
As this person is staring at us, I guess Helix would approach them. What time of day is it?
At this point, it's close to noon.
Okay. Afternoon there, madam.
Helix.
Do I know this person?
You've never seen her before.
Okay. Yes, that is I. And who do I have the pleasure?
I am Sarai Tel Engineer Farah Al-Kabir. I have been expecting you.
Well, fantastic, because I am here to speak to you.
I am sure it is regarding to our mutual person.
Yes, very much so.
If you would follow me, please.
Of course. And I'm sure it's fine that my company attends as well.
Of course. All are welcome. And she sort of moves towards the entrance of the base of the pyramid. On either side, you can see Vezaran guards. They regard your party, not necessarily Farah, but they don't give any hassle as you walk in.
Salonia's gonna lean over to Bodhi and just go, "Feels like a trap. Do you think it feels like a trap? I think it feels like a trap."
No, I don't see it.
Yeah,
I'd like look around like, what am I missing?
Farah turns around abruptly. Goggles, please. And she sort of takes a few goggles off of the hooks on the interior wall, and she hands you each of you a pair of goggles. They're tinted.
Salonia's trying to
glass.
make sure they go over her glasses.
Barely. It hurts.
Oh, that's tight.
Helix looks at the goggles, and even for someone like me,
Yes, it is precautionary. So as you all set the goggles on, you walk in to the surface area of the pyramid. You can see that it is very much brighter, even with the goggles. That is brighter in here than it is from the outside. You can tell sort of the mirrored panels of this pyramid sort of dull the brightness, but keeps the color of the crystal. Inside, you can see various Saritel engineers pointing various instruments and working, taking measurements of this upper third of the crystal. You can see that the crystal continues past the ground that you're standing on. Which leads you to believe that this crystal is much larger than it leads on, even at its 300-foot exposed portion. You follow Farah along, and she leads you towards an elevator towards the back, guarded by two more Vezaran. Again, they regard your party, but not her. And the elevator opens, and you all step in. It takes a few moments. The lift takes longer than you expected. When the doors open, you finally understand why. The crystal fills the entire room of this chamber. You can see that this chamber was built around that fact. The chamber reflects back in deep violet indigo. Every lamp, every bench, every person rendered slightly more beautiful than they actually are. As you look at each other, you can see that it is true. You do see each other as more beautiful, whatever that means to your mind's eye. You can also feel the heat coming off of the crystal is very steady and dry. It's like standing near a stone that has been in the sun for a full day. You also feel a vibration within this plaza. It is sort of a sustained chord that lives in the air and within your person simultaneously. You can see that the Saritel work the outer ring, most of them with their backs to you. Instruments pressed to the crystal surface, heads down. Nobody looks up when you enter. You see various offices and workshops lining the outside of the walls. And Farah leads you into one of the larger offices, the larger workshops. And the door closes behind. So, I'm sure you, and she looks at you, Helix, have many questions.
I do. It's kind of hard to decide where to start off.
Understandable.
I guess I would ask if there is anything you know the current state of Lyra.
I have been working on that. She was my partner in this project. As of this moment, no. We have not figured out what made the Veil Wards fail, nor have we figured out why the storm took who they took.
What do we believe? Do we believe that the Veil Wards just failed? Or do you suspect something else?
That is a question I have been struggling with. And don't take this the wrong way, but knowing Lyra, I believe she had a hand in it. Not maliciously. That is not what I'm saying.
Then I will ask, why were her warnings ignored?
Our warnings were ignored because it was too ambitious. What we were trying to do was make the Veil Towers absorb energy and then reflect it back, hopefully dissipating storms instead of holding its energy. These are Darren Voss's blueprints, and she lays a stack of paper in front of you. He wanted to reimagine how the aging Veil Towers worked. As I said, the diverters were originally designed to siphon the energy during a surge and store it. Darren's way was to siphon the surge's energy and, using newly discovered relatively unknown material, that instead of storing it, it reverses it and expels it back, weakening the effects of the storm, possibly even dissipating it upon contact. Aside from the Solaris Heart, we don't have any energy source that could perform such tasks. We tried linking multiple Solaris, and even then could not accomplish what Darren calculated, and that is where Lyra came in. She claimed to have access to Vassian tech that could possibly do it. We pitched the idea to the Kalanthir, and Senior Saraitel, who at the time seemed receptive, but skeptical. As a brilliant Vassian tech, they can be a bit unstable, especially older Vassian tech. The Warforged, for example. No offense.
None taken.
The project was too risky. As confident as Lyra and I were, we conceded. And as a safe compromise and a precursor, all parties agreed to try and integrate Vassian tech to amplify the Solaris core to store more of the surge's energy. Darren's blueprints accounted for that. And as you look, Helix, it's Greek to you. You have no idea what these blueprints mean.
This is exactly what Helix would look at the blueprints. He would look over them, and he would move his eyes in a way that is clearly looking at them, and then he would just slide one over towards Navina, and then slide another one over to Salonia for them to look at.
What do you think about this?
Like,
I have an idea, but
yes, I understand. You try.
So, as I said, Darren's blueprints accounted for that. We were given reworked blueprints and began our work. If we were successful, we could proceed with the blueprints, Darren's prototype diverter reversal as planned. The numbers looked right at first, but after running numerous tests, we found the reworked blueprints to be less efficient. We brought our concerns to the Kalanthir, but we were overruled. It wasn't the Lux Primaris. She is but a symbol of hope. As brilliant as she has no real power. At least, that's what most of the citizens believe. We do take her considerations and suggestions into consideration when given. What I suspect is there may be possible Black Prism involvement, but there's no way for us to tell. We proceeded as directed, but I had a feeling Lyra would follow her instinct and do what we thought was the correct way. Darren's way. She did, and it seemed to have saved more lives than if she hadn't, given the relatively low number of deaths and disappearances, especially of the Veilstorm of that size. So as I said, I feel she had a hand in the failure of the Veil Ward Tower, but I believe she saved more lives if she hadn't.
That's what I would expect from what I know of her. She mentioned to me at some point that she felt the designs that she was provided, the ones that I can only assume at this point you say were provided after your suggestions were overruled, were reversed from what she had expected. Is that your interpretation as well?
That is correct, and as you can see from the blueprints in front of you, those are the modified blueprints that were given to us. I'm sure you could tell.
Of course.
I'm not more papers around.
Yeah, I'm not as well versed as her in these things, but I've seen enough of her work to understand the minimum, especially when it's not her work specifically that I can recognize.
Can Navina make sense of the blueprints?
You can make a intelligence check. Has Navina worked on something of this scale before? Probably not, I would assume.
Probably not. I'm assuming it involves the Solaris crystals in some capacity.
Okay. So
I feel like ish.
Yeah. Go ahead and make an intelligence check at disadvantage, because you understand the Solaris part, but you don't understand the mechanical part, being that it was a prototype. 11. From which you can tell, the numbers do look correct, but in the wrong way. There is no original blueprints to compare it to, so you're not quite sure what. You can see that there is a discrepancy, but you don't know exactly what it is. Something was definitely changed, is what you gathered from it. You just don't know what.
Yeah, she's just gonna continue to take in every detail, and slowly but surely the blueprint's gonna get closer to her face as she's just staring at it what am I missing? What's missing
And
here?
then you pass it back to Helix.
It's I give up.
I would ask Salonia, but has Salonia seen anything like this?
She would have never seen schematics like this.
So
no.
you're passing it directly back to Helix too?
Well, I assume she would be engrossed in them, but
Well, if they were listing out spells and how they were weaving the magic, but if it's purely more from the artificing standpoint, then she wouldn't have any idea.
I would think Salonia, if given the time, could probably Iron Man this, but she has no reference to what she's looking at. Everything
Correct.
is just engineering stuff. She can definitely read the words and make sense of the words, but she doesn't know what any of it means.
Correct.
Whereas Navina knows the engineering words and she sees the discrepancy, just doesn't know where it's coming from or what was changed to make this discrepancy happen.
Yeah, does it seem incomplete and incomplete in a way?
Not incomplete, different. Something you can tell by the drawing with an 11 that something doesn't seem right. You just don't know where it is.
Have these been altered in any way?
Those are the copies that were sent back to us. Those were the revised copies after we were declined.
Revised copies.
Yes, that was the compromise that Lyra and I agreed to.
Do you by any chance have the not revised schematics?
We do not, unfortunately.
Oh. And
The only original copies were with Darren. And the only copies of that we drew up are with the Calendir. Not the Calendir, Saraita. Nope, the Calendir.
does the design seem off to you?
It does. Both Lyra and I did catch on, and that's why Lyra did what she did. She saw the discrepancy and worked against it. Had she gone through with that discrepancy, I'm afraid that more lives would have been lost. And a total failure. All of the Veil Towers would have failed.
And that's the current opinion of the Saraitel, or just you?
Just me.
Have you spoke these to this feeling towards anyone else?
I have not.
So someone might have intentionally wanted all of the Veil Towers to fail.
I don't attribute things to malice. I attribute them more to ignorance. It might have been a mistake, a miscalculation. As I said, it is possible that it was tampered with maliciously. But there is a higher chance that a mistake was made.
A mistake of this scale is malicious, whether they meant it or not.
Perhaps. There is no way for me to tell. I do not have enough data in front of me to give a solid conclusion.
All right. Salonia, you saw people working on the Veil Towers that night, correct?
Yes.
I'll turn back to Farah. Do we have a roster of individuals that were working that night?
We do. And she pulls out another piece of paper from the drawer and lays it on the table. And you can see that it is a list of about 80 Saraitel engineers.
Okay. Does it happen to mention which towers they were working on?
Yes. Each tower had about 5 to 8 people working on it. And there are about I'm counting the amount of solar Veilward towers. 2, 3, 6, 1, 2, 3. There's about 10 Solaris 10 Veilward towers total. 6 along the larger lower city and 4 along the still massive but slightly smaller upper city.
So Helix is going to look down the roster and find the list of people that were working on the Veil Tower outside of the Snake's Head.
Okay. So that you see 4 names. You see a name Ardashir Mustafa. You see another name, Aida Urshadi. You see Parisa Vadat. And you see a Fahim Almansi. Get all that?
Yeah, as well as I can smell them.
Okay.
But I did write them down.
Good.
Hold on. Let me put... Workers.
And
All right,
along that list of 4, the only notable thing amongst those 4 is that Fahim was injured. Injured but stable.
All right. He'll turn back to Salonia. You said... Oh, no, she didn't say anything. So I'll turn to Salonia. All right, so did you see 4 up there that night? And if so, anything in particular about them?
I believe I saw 2 that night.
Just working. Nothing strange happened.
She's just kind of gonna look at Helix and then look at Farah and then look at Helix.
Okay. All right. Well, it's at least something, and then he'll turn back to Farah. Are all of these 4, do you consider them trustworthy, or do you not know them at all?
I don't know most that work for the Staraitel. And she sort of glances over at the list. Those engineers I do not know.
Do you happen to know where we might find them, or?
Well, some may be working as we speak.
They be reassigned to the same tower?
It is possible. We have had to call on outside help. Various citizens with experience to fill in the gaps. After the events of the Veil Storm, many opted to, and she looks around, work indoors.
Understandable. And then in regards actually towards your outside help, I'm to understand you've been trying to get shipments into those individuals?
I requested the shipments.
And are you aware of any logistics issues happening right now?
Indeed.
Is there anything of a concern that we should be in related to those issues?
Well, aside from the Veil Ward Towers not being repaired as fast as I expected, there are no other issues. My sole purpose, my main objective is to get the Veil Ward Towers up and running.
Now I'll just ask straight. What do you think happened?
She ponders for a moment. You can see calculations running through her mind. You can see, like in that GIF, sort of the numbers floating out from her. As your friend said, and she looks over at Navina, there is a possibility that the Black Prism was involved. And my calculations, the percentage is very low, but it is not 0. I believe that either the Saraitel or the Kalanthir, if this theory is true, have been infiltrated by this organization, this resistance group. Conspiracy theory. What I lean more towards is that it is a miscalculation. And Lyra was keen enough to spot it and fix it before it got worse.
And as she says that, for any keen observer, because he's not particularly trying to hide it, you can kind of see a little smirk and a nod, kind of a "that's my girl" kind of a thing, come from Helix. Well, all right.
I have
So-
a
Go ahead.
I have a quick question. Do you by any chance know who sent you back the revised schematics, who made the edits?
Well, if you look on the bottom corner of the last page, it is signed by someone named Fatima.
Have you met this person before?
I have not had the privilege, but I know she is a brilliant engineer.
Who does she work for, the Kalanthir or the Saratel?
The Kalanthir.
Why would the Kalanthir mess with Saraitel work?
The Kalanthir oversee everything in the city.
They're... well, that is true. They're overseers of law. They're not overseers of engineering.
Well, that is why we have Fatima.
Sort of liaison?
Exactly. Brilliant engineer, but is now part of the Kalanthir. She is a bridge.
And you think somebody who is a brilliant engineer would make a mistake like this?
Working or revising a prototype can lead to miscalculations.
I mean, you're not wrong, but with all due respect, I've never worked on the towers before or anything overly like them, but I could tell that they were wrong. Anybody who is familiar with them would have instantly been able to tell that.
Both Lyra and I did, thankfully.
So wouldn't Fatima had been?
Perhaps. As I said, there is no way for us to really know. Working on revising a prototype is difficult.
But revising a prototype when you're calling in experts in Vassian tech, that would imply that Fatima was an expert in Vassian tech. But that doesn't seem to be right.
She had
given
an
what Lyra's.
she had an understanding of Vassian tech, which is why Lyra was called on.
And still overridden regardless.
Not because of the Vassian tech, but because the numbers didn't add up to the original blueprints. As I said, we substituted Vassian tech for the original components, the components that I have been waiting on. We did the best we could with what we had.
And these components just weren't delivered?
Correct.
What?
Wouldn't that be sabotage?
Sabotage in what way?
Well, if somebody wanted to keep what you were planning to do from working, all they would have to do is make sure you didn't have the parts to do it. Then you'd be forced to use other things. So, somehow, if they knew what your plans were, all they had to do was stop you from getting the shipment.
Or a series of unfortunate events happened that prevented these shipments from arriving when needed.
Do
Again.
you know what stopped them from being shipped?
Well, these materials are from a very dangerous area, which is why they are very hard to come by.
More logistics issues, basically.
Exactly. I tend to attribute things to unfortunate circumstances rather than malice.
All right. Well, does anyone else have any questions for Farah?
Salonia just shakes her head.
I don't think I do. But it was a pleasure to meet you.
Likewise, and she looks over at Helix. Again, I am doing my best to get my partner back. To get your great-granddaughter back. She spoke very She spoke very highly of you.
When she says that, he looks at her. Ah, so she mentioned that to you then.
Yes.
I suppose you're someone she trusted, because that's not something she gives up easily.
We spent many a long nights together.
Felix just nods. Well, it's good to hear that we have a similar goal. And I don't have to consider the worst.
I wish I can promise you that I will find a way to get her back, but the probabilities of that inconclusive at the moment. You can tell that she's very calculated and very sort of not Vulcan, but android. Android-ish.
Yeah.
Very
very
emotionless.
As she stands in front of a literal android.
But you have emotion and feelings. She doesn't seem to have any.
Yeah. Well. All right. Well, this old Vassian tech is gonna go see what he can do.
Ooh.
If you need any further assistance from me, don't hesitate to ask. You know where I am.
We most certainly will. Thank you, Farah.
She just nods and gives the symbol. ancient
he looks-
Saraitel
Yeah.
greeting.
Yeah.
Ah, like Norse.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Helix returns the gesture and prepares to leave.
So your group exits. You make your way back up, sort of unnoticed and undisturbed by most, even the Vezaran. You load up into the elevator and you rise up back to the surface. As you step out of the pyramid, Helix, you get a message in your head. Static at first. And you hear a female voice come through. Master Helix of the institution, this is Hina Vex of the Kalanthir. Our investigation of the establishment is complete, and I am both happy and disappointed to report that we have found nothing of import during our investigations. Operations at the institutions are no longer halted and may return to business as usual. We have no further questions at this time and will be in touch. Thank you for your cooperation. You may not respond to this message, and you hear static, glitchy interference. And as that happens, and you step through the threshold of the pyramid, where you entered was close to noon, if not noon, and the plaza was busy. At this moment, it is empty. The skies are dark. And you find yourselves not in front of the pyramid, but down the street.
Is the sky flashing Morse code?
The sky has no stars within it.
I don't think we were in there that long.
Well, the sky has no stars, and this is what it looked like when we were in the lower city the first time. The stars just kind of shut off before they started acting weird.
Also, how did we get here? This is not where we...
Helix will look around. Is the elevator still there that we walked out of?
You are down the street, far down the street, from the pyramid. As a matter of fact, in the distance, you can see the Solaris heart. You can see the light emanating from it from the pyramid as it reaches further than it should. It pulses, and you see the light touching the walls. And you see the walls sort of respond in kind. You feel the same pulse of the Solaris crystal within yourselves. So you guys are about, at this point, probably 1,000 feet or so from the outside, from the Solaris heart that you just walked out of.
And it's now pitch black with no stars.
No people, right?
No people. You see
And it was midday when we went in there.
yes. You see footprints on the ground. You see footprints on the ground moving towards the Solaris crystal, but you see them sort of vanish mid-step.
Well, Helix opens the compartment that's on his leg, and he pulls out his pike. How very Robo copy.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
And the pike just extends.
Nice.
Well, I think we should prepare for what attacked you?
The crystallized people?
Crystallized people. Okay, noted. Are there any crystal people visible? Like, because there were statues pretty much everywhere, right?
Yes, but you don't see any of them around. You still feel the pulsing beat of the Solaris the Solaris heart within each of you.
There a pattern to it?
No, it is a steady sort of pulsing heartbeat. And then as you stand and take purchase of what's around you, from the Solaris heart down the street, you can see what comes slowly at first. You see thin lines of iridescent crystal threading up from the ground, following the mortar between the stones, branching like roots or like veins. They climb the sandstone in silence. They wrap the archways, the market stalls, the hanging lanterns. They're not breaking anything. They're just growing through it. The city itself is still recognizable, which is somehow worse. Ahead, the boulevard opens. The Solaris heart grows exactly as it always does, unchanged. And then as you look towards its base, almost like sand forming into forms, you can see a crowd. Hundreds, maybe more. Humanoid shapes that catch the light wrong, surfaces too smooth, posture too still. Faces turned upwards, all humming a single chord, barely audible. It is felt more than heard. But they are strangely beautiful, iridescent. That is the first thing. And at the same time, that is the worst thing. Within this space, you hear an echo of a child. Let me go!
Like child in the crowd or elsewhere?
Elsewhere, it's coming from all around you.
Do we recognize the child's voice?
You recognize the child's voice as Leanne Ray.
Oh, hell no. Davina's gonna take off running to get back to the forge.
We hear "Let me go," and that's in relatively close proximity to us. I mean, we obviously
We hear it everywhere.
The initial voice sounds like it's right next to you, but the echoes are everywhere surrounding you.
But yeah, he's gonna run. He's gonna start running back to right alongside Navina.
And Salonia, you sort of know this space. You watch as both Navina and Helix begin to run opposite the direction of the Solaris heart towards the direction of the forge, but they're moving slow.
Oh god, it's happening again.
And as you say that, two figures appear like forming dust in front of you. Sort of, I want to say 200, 250 feet in front of you. And it forms looking like it's moving towards the Solaris heart. You see, as the dust forms into solid figures, you see a man in dark blue robes, gold runes running the hem and the cuffs, shoulder length curly hair, black hair, as well as a beard. You can see that his hand is down and held, and beside him, fingers wrapped in his, is the child Leanne Ray. She doesn't seem to be struggling. She's not crying. She walks beside him, periodically looking up at the man. And from where you're standing, you can sort of see tears, the reflection of tears on her face rolling down. You could also notice that the man's robes don't move in any wind, and his footsteps make no sound.
Bill, Bodhi, you see this?
Bill just looks towards you and says, "I should have stayed at the fucking forge."
We gotta go get her.
We're gonna need your help, Bill, now more than ever.
I don't have a choice. I'm here. And he whips out his spell book, and you can see him begin working somatic movements. What are the rest of you doing? The two of you running in slow motion. You feel like you're running normally. You're not gaining any ground.
Well, if the world's not moving, then Helix is gonna stop.
Yeah.
Then turn around.
And you see the man and Leon Ray moving towards the Solaris heart. The ever-growing veins of this iridescent material continues to creep past you.
And she's crying?
From what Salonia could see, from the reflection
Yes.
of this iridescent light, there are tears.
Well, that's an easy call for Helix. As his forearm glows a rather furious red. And he pulls out a spear, and he gives a glance at everyone else.
Bill looks at you. You see that a spell is ready in his hand, and he's just waiting for the signal.
Odie whips out Old Songbird, gets into a playing position.
Navina's also stopped trying to run at this point. And is also taking note of the other two. And she's pulled out one of her revolvers.
Salonia?
Salonia is trying to move towards Leanne Ray because she's trying to get within 120 feet so she can cast message to her.
You've got about 130 feet.
Yeah,
to go.
I know.
Yeah.
So as you all prepare, the man stops and looks over his shoulder. The glowing teal eye glows in this darkness. And that is where we will pick up next time.
I fucking knew it.
Damn!
One minor thing. As part of his action of raging, since he's standing next to Navina, you get 8 temp HP.
Ew. Sweetness.
Oh, fucking shit.
What is this nonsense? Put that child back where it came from, or she'll help me.